Coast. Hopefully you're having a great day and you're ready for a full day of the Baseline Summit. We'll give it 2 more minutes just to keep it at the nice even 7:05 for anyone that's having trouble finding their Quigo chat invitation, their personalized link, and getting into the conference. It's great to see the turnout. When we started doing the planning and considering this summit, we were curious as to how many attendees or registrants that we would have. And of course, you'll see the maintainers list shortly. Group of very dedicated, hardworking baseline protocol engineers. We thought we'd get maybe 50, maybe 75 registrations. And now we're pushing 400. So the turnout is great. We're very appreciative of the support. And we're very focused on making sure that the baseline protocol can add value to your business and ultimately to the computing landscape at large. All right, it's 7:04. The live stream is rolling. That must be my cue to get the party started, so to speak. So welcome everybody, and thank you for joining us here at the Baseline Protocol Summit 2020. I'm your host, Nick Kritikos. The hashtag for the summit is hashtag 2020 Baseline Summit. So please, if you're going to communicate on social media, please leverage that hashtag. It just really makes it a lot easier for us to kind of track overall reach and engagement. And it's fun to see if we can get some of these things trending on some of these platforms. So as I mentioned, I am Nick Kritikos. I'm your host, certainly for this session. There are many hosts that are part of this summit. You'll meet some of them later. Of course, we'll be joined by our chairman, John Wolpert, here shortly with a few words of encouragement and guidance for the summit. But before we do that, let me tell you a little bit about myself and how I got here. I have been part of the computer industry, either directly or indirectly, since the early 80s. When I was a young child going to high school in Athens, Greece, my father, who was an American diplomat at the time, technically smuggled in a TRS-80 color computer to Greece in a diplomatic pouch so that I could begin my computer journey. Taught myself BASIC from the early days, back in the old MS BASIC days. Expanded that to include assembly and Pascal and Logo and other languages. Actually taught a Pascal class or supported the teaching of a Pascal class in my high school. Moved on, of course, as I grew up and I went to college. I started out as a systems student, really, kind of focused on computer information systems. At the time, this is back in the early 90s, late 80s. The curriculum in most colleges was somewhat remedial, right? They had to go off the assumption that you didn't have any foundation. So they started with, basic algorithms and that sort of thing. And it was somewhat remedial. So I realized that, there was more action in the business realm at the time. Certainly it was a little bit more lively at my college than the computer lab. So I switched my major to economics, where now I technically have a couple economics degrees. But it's interesting that when I discovered blockchain about 5.5, almost 6 years ago, it brought these two things together in a way that I think we're just now, as a culture, starting to appreciate. I started my career after college at a company called Borland. Many of you, depending on how old you are, perhaps, may not remember Borland. At the time, it was the other Microsoft. They had a similar suite of products, Paradox, Quattro Pro, et cetera, as well as development tools. And that was kind of their claim to fame. So Delphi, C++ Builder, and things like that. Well, Borland, competition is tough, and Borland didn't really survive. And as it was kind of, revenues were shrinking and the customer base was shrinking, I switched and was very fortunate to be hired by Oracle, where I spent the next 18 years of my life. And during my time at Oracle, we did a number of projects helping customers first kind of get a handle on the data in their enterprise, and then ultimately begin to use that data in more effective ways. First, within an enterprise, my slides move very quickly, and then more and more increasingly across enterprises. So, at the late 90s, early 2000, big movement toward outsourcing, right? If a business process wasn't part of your core value chain, then a company should really consider whether they should do it themselves or whether they should use a trusted third party in order to enable those systems. And ultimately, the idea was to shrink costs and get better quality of service, and be able to focus the company's efforts and resources on their core value proposition, right? Whether it was building a widget, a computer chip, a phone, a device, software, whatever it might be, or providing a service. The idea at the time was that you shouldn't spend the money and the resources on these common processes, things like HR, customer support, things that could be outsourced and done in a much more economically efficient fashion through a third party. And this led to a big effort to integrate business processes across companies, right? First, with the partners that were providing your outsourcing capability, but more and more with your trading partners, whether they were in the supply chain or even downstream with your distributors, contractors, and others. Today, according to IDC, 75% of companies have 2 or more business processes that are external to their organization. However, many of them are still using manual processes in order to execute those transactions, in order to conduct that business. Sending emails with PDFs or spreadsheets, faxing. Believe it or not, faxing is still a thing. And in many times, that is the mechanism by which this information is flowing. And it's imperfect. It's slow. It's fraught with errors. Again, the same IDC report found that as many as 35% of those transactions had errors that required additional work after the fact, oftentimes costing almost tens of dollars, $50 to $60, I believe, is what they actually estimated the average transaction it took to reconcile, which is fine, if you're a big company and you're doing huge volumes. But oftentimes these business processes also engage smaller companies that don't have the resources or the robust IT staff in order to have their own ERP system, or the ERP system that they're using because their budget is smaller is not compatible with the ERP system of their large trading partner. So companies started to build these really fantastic enterprise application integration systems, spending hundreds and millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars on computer hardware and software and professional services in order to stand up these systems before they ever got to their very, very first transaction. They would spend millions of dollars. And then the hope, of course, is that over time, by doing thousands or millions of transactions, you'd amortize that cost over time. But the reality is the operational cost of these systems are often so high that the return on that investment is pushed out by an order of magnitude. So it's very difficult for smaller companies to ultimately justify that investment, which is why a lot of these things are still happening in a very manual fashion. So with the advent of blockchain, more of these things are becoming easier, right? Blockchain is good at many things. It's bad at many things as well. I like to say it's not bacon, right? I love bacon. Bacon's great with everything. It's great on shrimp. It's great on, on a burger. It's great by itself. It's great with breakfast. It's great with lunch. You can have bacon at any time. There's even bacon flavored vodka, which arguably shouldn't exist. However, blockchain is not bacon. It's not good for everything. There are certain applications like cryptocurrency or settlement, provenance, identity that blockchain really excels at, but it's not good for everything. And so companies early on in the blockchain revolution were starting to experiment with blockchains and seeking to understand how they can apply this really wonderful technology in this tool. And they did a lot of work with private, whoa, got to make sure my slides work. There we go. With private blockchain implementations. However, those private networks would run into challenges. They weren't perfect. You still had a transparency issue, where on the public blockchain, on a mainnet, everybody can see your business, if you will. On a private network, only your invited network participants can see the data. However, they can still see the information. They can still understand what's going on through reading the tea leaves, if you will, about your business processes or your logic. And that becomes problematic, especially as you look to open these networks up and gain the network effects that the promise of this technology really delivers on. So Forrester did a study, again, about a year ago, and they found that many companies that are investigating blockchain are realizing that private networks are a bit of a dead end. They're great and they can be valuable, but they ultimately create another silo of information that then needs to be integrated. In order to get the best network effects out of a blockchain system, they're recognizing that a public blockchain is the way to go. So more and more companies, as you can see here, 75% of those surveyed recognize the benefits of a public blockchain and are moving in that direction. However, and this is a big gotcha, 80% of that data is still confidential or considered too sensitive to expose on a public or even a private blockchain. Again, the idea that anybody can see your business, anybody can understand what's going on in a purchase order or how that purchase order flows through your supply chain. That kind of data is invaluable to companies that are looking to enter a market or to ultimately compete and compete in a way that might not be the most fair. However, blockchains just don't have a privacy or a transparency challenge for enterprises that are looking to integrate these systems. They have a number of other challenges that ultimately keep them held at arm's length by CISOs and CEOs and IT professionals. Not only is the data public, as I mentioned, your business logic is also exposed to your trading partners. How do you find the trading partners and do it in a way that is reliable and safe and mitigates risk as opposed to adding additional risk factors? All of these things are ultimately blockers for why enterprises would engage or adopt blockchain technology. And that was one of the driving factors behind the creation of the Baseline Protocol. The Baseline Protocol, as we'll talk about, is an open standard public domain initiative to help companies work better together and do it in a fashion that is private and doesn't expose sensitive information to other trading partners or trading partners that shouldn't have access to it, and do it in a fashion that breaks down those silos, that ultimately creates the last silo, if you will, whereby just plugging into this infrastructure, you get access to a wealth of capability that you wouldn't have had otherwise. Almost like electricity or the telephone network, right? If you could just plug into this business network and begin to integrate your systems in a way without all this additional overhead, without all this additional expense of these EAI systems, wouldn't that be a great thing, right? You think about these distributed applications where each application independent of function is contributing a node to the network and is opening up new doors and breaking down barriers to doing business much more efficiently. That ultimately is the goal of the Baseline Protocol. Now, the Baseline Protocol came about, I remember it very well. Myself, Paul Brody, John Wolpert, York Rhodes, were sitting at a table having lunch at the Ethereal conference in May of 2019. We were sitting in a little diner in Red Hook. Ultimately, we were there to prepare for a session that Paul and John were doing about public networks and the adoption of public networks. And I believe it was Paul that looked at us and said, you know what I would like? It would be great if we could do a project that really addressed the core blockers for enterprise adoption of blockchain. And we agreed to get together after the fact, after the summit, when we had a little bit more time, and begin to consider this. So, a few weeks later, Paul, John York, and a few key others, Karthik, you'll meet many of these people through the course of the summit, started to put down in a list, and it's now published. John has published this on Medium, why the CISOs will not choose public blockchain, and came up with about 10 to 12 different things, right? We talked about these, the transparency, the business logic, scalability, et cetera. And they said, what if we used our engineering talent and our understanding and our experience, and we developed a way to use blockchain that addressed these concerns? And out of that, the baseline protocol was born. A lot of work went in to the initial POC, the initial implementation. Radish 34 is the code name, and the code still lives on in the repository. And ultimately built that out as a proof of concept, and then launched it to the world on March 4th, 2020. We were very, very fortunate that we had 14 companies involved in that initial launch, and really kind of at that point opened the project up through Oasis and the Ethereum Foundation and EEA, and opened that up because we recognized that in order for this to be successful, we couldn't go it alone. It's not about being the one blockchain. It's about developing blockchain capabilities and techniques that companies can use independent of their blockchain of choice to ultimately build better systems and get better information and automate so much more of these transactions that could be done at a much lower cost and a much higher level of security and efficiency, quite frankly. So coming back to the timeline, we did the launch on March 4th. Back in June, many of our members, Envision, Unibright, Provide, LimeChain, published a couple of additional demos. Microsoft Dynamics accessing SAP, using public blockchain infrastructure to integrate those systems for a purchase order, or using Dynamics with a Google Sheets in a similar fashion. The idea being that if you have a small enterprise or a small participant in your business process, one that doesn't have the IT infrastructure or the budget to afford a Dynamics, which is still very cost affordable, or an SAP or an Oracle or what have you, that they can still participate in these business processes by simply leveraging Google Sheets or a mobile phone or Excel or whatever their tool of choice is. Again, the business process doesn't dictate the tools, the endpoints, but allows companies to work together. We achieved a pretty big milestone in August, toward the end of August, when we released the 0.1 implementation of the specification. Along with that came the first baseline reference implementation from Provide and Unibright and Nethermind. Great work. September, at the end of September, we hosted our second election for technical steering committee members, and there are 11 of them. These are folks that actually contribute to the code that are eligible, and only maintainers get to vote. So we have sponsors, and we're very gracious and grateful for our sponsors. We're up to 11. Welcome Splunk and Accenture to the latest rapidly growing list. The money that they provide goes into paying for infrastructure for conferences like this, for Zoom, for Oasis, and things like that. But it doesn't buy them a vote. In order for them to vote, to help sway the direction, there's really only one way to do that: by getting involved, rolling up their sleeves, contributing code directly to the repository. It's through this code contribution that you earn your right to vote, and to help select the next possible slate of technical steering committee members. So think about that. Today, here we are, November 12th, kicking off our first baseline summit. This is a working summit. This is not a webinar. Outside of my few comments here, where I'm sharing slides and somewhat lecturing to you, and I apologize for that. This is a working conference. We're intended to roll up our sleeves, keep our coffee fresh, and dig into the technical details. When we hit an obstacle, let's bring our best minds together to seek to understand why that obstacle exists and what it means and how we overcome it or work around it or simply break through, depending on what it is. So this is really meant to be a engineering working session. So We'll talk more about that, but this is our first one. Again, I mentioned that we originally thought we'd have 50 to 75 registrants, and we're now pushing 400. So that's great. We've got really many of the best minds in the blockchain ecosystem here today, across chains, right? Whether it's Ethereum or Dfinity or Fabric, we're less concerned about that, and we're really more concerned with making sure that we build the best standard and the best protocol to allow enterprises to use this infrastructure in highly valuable ways. Another thing that's coming up, and we'll talk more about this because that's another one of the reasons why we're here, is that in December, we're going to have our first global baseline Gitcoin hackathon. So part of our hope through this conference is that we will be able to identify targets and projects relevant to furthering the baseline protocol and specification that we can conduct in that December hackathon. So not only are you here to roll up your sleeves and help further the technical work, but you're also here to identify targets and projects that you may be able to work on to help earn a little bit of coin, if you will, to help pay for Christmas, to help buy that new Xbox Series X or whatever the system of choice it is. Maybe buy some Ethereum for staking or what have you. But again, we're here for two main reasons. First and foremost, all jokes and all lightheartedness aside, we're here to further the baseline protocol, the specification and standards work, which we'll hear about in a minute, the technical work around the core APIs, how we approach tokenizations, oracles, and external data, ZK snarks or zeros knowledge circuits. It's all here. And it's a very full and packed agenda. We'll go through it in just a few minutes. But again, we're also seeking to identify hackathon targets and projects relevant to number one so that we can continue to further this work. John Wolpert likens the work that we're doing to launching a rocket into space or to the moon, if you're a blockchain meme person. The idea with the March launch and this initial work was kind of our initial stage. It's heavy lifting, took a lot of effort just to build the initial momentum and get the rocket off the ground. And we're doing well, right? We're tracking toward orbit, but it's really time to kind of, disengage from stage one and fire up stage two and send the rocket into its next level of orbit. And that's our hope. Through this summit, through the efforts of the community, we'll be able to bring more people together, more of the greatest engineering minds on earth to really, further the protocol and make it more valuable for enterprises. A big piece of that, of course, are the standards. And we're very fortunate to have Aniso Frank joining us to talk about standards and our work there and kind of what you can expect over the next few weeks and months. Hi, Anis, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me well?
I hear you perfectly.
Great. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. So I am Aniso Frank. I am a member of the Baseline Protocol Technical Steering Committee, and I lead the Standards and Specification Working Group. So we thought it will be useful and valuable to provide an overview and an update on where we are on the standard and specification. Nick, if you could go to the next slide, please. Oh, I cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the next slide is just my deck. Do you have slides to share?
Okay, so do I have sharing? Sure. I will
think so. If not, I can give you sharing.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. Yeah, if you could give me sharing, that would be great.
One of the benefits of using this great Quigo chat platform is it uses Zoom under the covers.
And Nick, I gave you.
I think I can share screen.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
That's great.
You got it?
Yeah, I've got it. Are you able to see my screen?
John. Yes, we see your screen, Anis.
Okay, just give me 2 seconds then. Up. Okay, for some reason.
And we see it.
Okay, great. Yep, sure. So as Nick mentioned, so the Baseline Protocol is an Oasis open source initiative. And what really triggered the beginning of the OASIS standard development was the release of the V01 implementation at the end of August. So the team has been working over the last 2 months on 2 standards. So on one side, the baseline core specification, and on the other side, the baseline API and data model specification. So at high level, the core document will provide the set of functional and non-functional requirements so that 2 or more systems of record can maintain data consistency and workflow continuity by using the mainnet as a common frame of reference. And the API and data model document will really focus on the description of the baseline programming interfaces, their expected behaviors for all of the instances of those interfaces, as well as the data model. So one of our key focus, are you able to see my screen?
Yep, we're good.
Yeah, still, yeah. So one of our key priorities over the last couple of weeks has been to abstract and define the key components and the high-level requirements for both standards. And I'm very happy to say today that we have achieved that milestone last week. So we are now in a good position to start tackling the more detailed requirement. So I will take some time to really provide a brief overview of the 7 building blocks of the first standard. So as you can see here, of course, we have the API itself, and then we have our communication component. And this component really captures the requirement on how parties that engage in baselining send and receive message securely. So we are talking about authentication requirements, authorization, message delivery requirements, etc. Then we have our privacy and confidentiality component that focuses on requirements to deliver on commercial confidentiality and transaction privacy when being involved in baselining. So we also have the agreement execution component that covers the functionalities provided by smart contract. So what we are really talking about here are business logic execution, workflow verification requirements, for example. On the governance side, so this item, the 5th item, we really define what should be or what are the governance rules and processes for each component and layer of the protocol. So on the security consideration side, it's a bit of an interesting one. So actually, we won't be provided requirements, but we will present and discuss the key security items that we have identified as important when deploying a baseline implementation. And last, but definitely not least, the conformance component. So that will include conformance clauses, tests required for an implementation to achieve baseline compliance. We also have done exactly the same on the API side, but I won't go into the details so for time to be considerate of your time. So I will hand over back to you, Nick.
Thanks, Anise. That was great. And again, more and more work on the specification is happening every week. So if you want to get involved, please do so. Jump into Slack, and we'll talk about how to do that in a moment. Make sure you share your GitHub ID, and let's get to work. All right, next we're very fortunate to be joined by our chairperson. John Wolpert probably needs no introduction to this audience. Former IBM employee, grandfather. Oh, sorry, John, didn't mean to age you. Co-father, co-parent, started Fabric.
Helped out, yeah.
Yep. Realized after a brief period of time, like many companies do that start with private networks, realized that the real future and the real value is in public networks, and then got with the A-team, dropped that 0 and got with the hero, so to speak. Welcome, John Wolpert.
Well, hi, everybody. It's good to be here. It's good to see so many people. Look, if you're here, it's because you're here for the work, for the teamwork. I've spent most of my career thinking about how to get things done across different companies, wrote a few things about it over the years, even started an NGO once trying to bridge research projects across companies. And now here we are, not only building something substantial with people from all over the world, but we're working in more companies than I can keep track of. But perhaps appropriately, the very subject of our work is indeed about helping many entities bridge the gap between them and achieve a more regular and reliable shared sense of truth. That's what baselining is all about. We've come a long way since 2015 when Ethereum gave us, more than a few of us, the idea that blockchain technology was about more than just coins. And we had a few years of thinking that blockchains were fancy databases. And then, as Nick said, chance encounter in 2019 at Ethereum led to a summer and winter of hard work, EY, Consensus, and Microsoft. And then we joined with an announcement from the baseline protocol itself by Oasis, Ethereum Foundation, the EEA, all working together, along with companies like AMD, Chainlink, Core Convergence, Duke University, Envision Blockchain, MakerDAO, Neocova, Unibright, Provide, Web3 Cloud, and then more followed. And now we have more sponsors, big companies like Accenture, Silicon Valley leaders like Splunk, and upstarts like Nethermind and Morpheus, and more are coming. What's more notable is that all the folks that are directly involved, from high-ranking executives to bench developers and companies that make up the best of the enterprise, mid-sized businesses, startups, and universities, and independent individuals volunteering their time. That's what the backbone is. And here's what we've achieved so far. We went from a demo to a dot release in just a few months, and a month faster than we predicted when we launched. There are notable clients working to baseline their operations, and companies in our community are getting work, helping them, while others are baselining their own products. And together we've moved the needle on getting IT execs to understand that using the public blockchain the right way, not as a back-end database, but as an always-on tamper-resistant integration layer, can be both safe and cost-effective. And now, today and tomorrow, we take the next step by identifying, exploring, specifying, and architecting the next features and capabilities of the baseline technique so that we can move confidently toward the next dot release of the protocol, robust tooling, reference implementations, and production deployments. We've identified a few things we know we need to get right so far, and this summit is about getting it right. That's what you're here for, to prioritize, to research approaches, do activities that will produce ideas, maybe even working code here and there, that'll inspire not just the hackathon in December, which Nick talked about, but all the work in 2021. We made room, lots of room, many rooms right here, live on Zoom and on YouTube for 30 hours straight, so that you can dip in and out, get your hands dirty, have terrific discussions, work in small groups, and even break out into just a couple people so that you can go as deep as you like without someone saying, let's move on, or move on to the next subject. This is your time to hammer out the details for as long as you like. You'll notice that we didn't line up a bunch of speakers for the next 2 days. It's because this isn't a webinar. The summit rooms are here to collect your ideas and give you a jumping off point. That's it. And you'll notice that we have both asynchronous and synchronous sessions. So the summit can share docs and chat. You can break out into any kind of group you want. I hope that helps you a lot. Nick Kritikos has a whole screen full of people to thank for making this happen. I want to thank Nick himself, because I'm sure he'll forget his own name on that list. And of course, the folks who showed up to help every morning for weeks leading up to today. And to Jane Harnad of Oasis, who stepped up to figure out how to provision a platform that could basically approximate a virtual house where we could all camp out to build something together. This company is run by people who stand up and pick a lane to lead. It's for the organizations that devote time and focus on this work, and especially for the ones beginning to rely on that success, of the success of our collaborative work, for their own success. So, like an Amish barn raising, let's make the baseline protocol something built by all of us, for all of us. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, John. Really appreciate that. Your very kind words. Again, we'll talk about everyone that was involved, and just like anytime you start to list people, or, you always run the risk of missing someone. So it is definitely a team effort. Okay, so back to work. If I haven't mentioned it, if you haven't read your welcome emails, there are two things that you should be doing immediately. One, if you're not already on the Baseline Slack instance, get on the Baseline Slack instance. Super easy, doesn't cost you anything, and it's a great way to engage on an ongoing basis with all of the engineering and development leaders and thought leaders that you're going to meet this week if you haven't met them already. It's very easy to do. There's an invitation link or an inviter link on the Baseline Protocol site. And there's actually, I put that link also in the conference schedule tab, which I'll show you in just a minute. And then, of course, once you're on Slack and you're able to communicate with the community at large, make sure you send your GitHub ID to Mr. Wolpert, to Jay Wolpert there, as you can see, so that we can get you added to the repository, so that you can take a look at those things, look at the epics, look at the code, depending on what your expertise is. Again, really roll up your sleeves, dive in, and contribute ultimately to the cause. We're going to take a little tour of the conference now. Want to make sure everyone understands kind of the conference hall, if you will, how to update your profile. Let me find my screen here. How to update your profile. There we go. Is my screen still shared? No, it's not. That helps. All right, in case you didn't see it because my screen wasn't shared, join Slack and send John your GitHub IDs. I'll show you where the invitation link is in a minute. All right, this is the Quigo chat interface. You're in the plenary, so you made it this far. Congratulations. In the interface, what you'll see is the breakout rooms over here on the left. And you can see, and this is again why I encourage people to add their profile pic, you can see where people are actively working in breakouts. This is a really beautiful interface. You can be in a session like we are now and click on another session without leaving where you are, and still refer to the notes and diagrams and kind of what's going on. So it can help you decide kind of when to move from one session to the next. Notice as I come back to the plenary, you will see that there are tabs at the top here. The first tab in every room are instructions that give you the basics, of course, as to when the sessions are starting or who your leads are and how to use Quigo chat and things like that. But they have other tabs as well, whether it's for slides or spreadsheets or notes or diagrams or what have you. In the plenary tab, we have the conference schedule. And I just want to highlight this for everybody. You can go in and take a look on your own time, of course. But these are effectively the sessions. These are the session leaders over here on the left. The audience limit per room and the core interface sessions all kind of are intended to line up so that they can happen in a single place. So if you're a core dev, if you're part of the maintainers, and you're really working on message formats, persistence, ZK circuits, and all of that, you can stay in one place. You don't have to do as much jumping around. But the topics are broad. We're very fortunate to have Dan Norkin and Avia and Stefan talking about the baseline protocol, how to experience it. You'll see the demos there. You'll experience how to work with SAP, how to work with Dynamics, et cetera, and how to go about approaching adding baseline capabilities to existing products. They've done a lot of work in this area, and their guidance is going to be invaluable to ultimately documenting a recipe, if you will, for others to follow. One of the great things about forging a new path is it's exciting, it's adventurous, but it's also risky. So don't forge your own path. Follow the paths that these trailblazers have already cut and really mitigate that risk. We're also very fortunate to be joined by Patrick Collins, Johan Eid, and Devin Mitchum to talk about oracles and external data, the group collaborating from Google and Chainlink to talk about how you can leverage external data in your baseline circuits or your baseline processes. The Global Phone Book Project is something near and dear to my heart. I've done a lot of work. I've sold a lot of identity software when I was at Oracle. And it's really one of the foundational pieces for a lot of these business processes. How do you find trading partners? How do you know that they are who they say they are? How do you know that they're reliable and all of that kind of thing, right? The phone book starts us down that path. You don't need the phone book though to get started today, right? If you know who your trading partners are, you can shake hands directly and manually connect stuff. But in a future world of network business processes, wouldn't it be great if you just find Microsoft or Google or Chainlink or whoever your trading partners are, Dell, Coke, etc., and just use whatever system or tool you're using, whether it's SAP, Oracle, or a bespoke system, or even Google Sheets, and be able to interact with them at a much more robust and meaningful way, where the data is shared and verified and consistent, and you reduce errors and it cuts down the cost. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox. The core interface track, again, as you can see here, message formats. Do we need common standards around message formatting? If so, what should they look like? Things like that. Persistence. How do you save this information into your systems of record or into a database or what have you? A big component of the baseline protocol is privacy. A lot of that privacy comes through the use of zero knowledge circuits and other privacy enhancing tools. So come into that session, learn where we are with respect to the ZK circuits, the improvements we need to make, and again, roll up your sleeves and get into this. Don't sit on the sidelines, especially if you're an engineer. Bring your slide rule, but that would even date myself even further. One thing that I want to call out is we are running new feature sessions as part of the core interfaces track. These are just a couple check-in points just to see kind of if there are feature enhancements or new products, new things we need, new tools, whatever it is. We're going to collect that as a list and take that back to the technical steering committee after the conference so they'd be appropriately reviewed and prioritized. And Connor Svensson and Kyle are going to talk about blockchain client improvements. Nethermind was, again, a trailblazer in adding RPC capabilities to their blockchain client to really enable baselining. There's more work coming in that area, and you can join that session to learn more. Of course, as you start talking about network business processes and growing these beautiful ecosystems, scale becomes an issue, right? It's one thing if you're doing, a 30-day net 30 procurement process where you can wait a week and you're happy when it shows up in a day. However, as we integrate more and more of these systems and the volumes increase, scalability is going to become much more of kind of front and center. So join Andreas, Freund, Kyle, and others as they talk about scaling and how to approach scaling with respect to baseline. And of course, no session on blockchain would be complete without tokenization and digital assets. It's one of the core use cases for blockchain, being able to digitally represent something of value and transfer that in a non-repudiated way, avoiding double spend and all of that. Baseline promises to enable a whole new world of tokenization. Imagine, right, where you've got an invoice from a reputable buyer, AAA rated buyer, you're AA rated or AAA rated yourself, but you need to unlock the cash flow of that, being able to tokenize that and use some of the DeFi capabilities that are available to unlock that cash flow earlier. Or as time expands, going even further, right? Purchase orders, being able to take a purchase order, again, from a AAA rated buyer, and being able to finance that purchase order to get you the funding you need to begin the manufacturing process, to begin the hiring you need in order to deliver the service, whatever it might be, right? Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox there. Just a quick run through the agenda. As you look at the times, these times are when session leaders have indicated that they're going to be in the room and be available, but that doesn't mean that's the only time you need to be there. You can jump in at any time. If you have a group of people that are coalescing around a certain topic, feel free to use one of these open spaces, or we've even made available meeting rooms. If you look at the bottom of the breakout list, meeting room A through E, these are just open rooms that you could jump into. They are not live streamed in the meeting rooms. They are not recorded. So you can jump in there at your leisure and then come back at any time you like. All of these times are in Eastern time zone. I know I fortunately, being a West Coaster, I'm easy with, subtracting 3. If it's more complex for you based on, where you are in the world, I've added a link to a time zone converter to make it easy for you. And I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that the Slack inviter is right here in the schedule and summit. Now, if I haven't mentioned it before, if you haven't been paying attention, you can update your profile by simply clicking the link in the upper right-hand corner and going to your edit profile. If you would take a moment to do that, add a picture, that ultimately will help make the conference floor feel more engaging. And, you know, again, we can see all of our peers and our friends working together in this session. All right, I'm trying to think in my head if I've forgotten anything. Conference schedule, got it. Profile schedule, breakouts. Chat. Yes, there is chat within Zoom. Of course, right? The standard Zoom chat, like right here. Hello. That happens within a session. If you have a question about the conference, if you're running into issues or you know, just want to reach out to conference organizers like myself or Jane, Dee, Jory, or John, any of the other kind of really team of folks that are helping support this, down here in the lower right, you'll see a contact host. This is chat. Please be advised that this chat goes to the whole conference. As I type in there.
Which is handy, by the way.
Which is handy, absolutely.
Yeah. So if you have some ideas that are going on in your session, you can broadcast those if they are relevant to everybody on that.
Absolutely. If you come across a topic, an insight or something like that, feel free to use that. You will also notice in virtually every breakout, and I'm just going to pick a random one here. All right. This one is loading up. That you have the tabs across the top. Each breakout has a notes tab so that as a participant, you can add your notes here, you can capture ideas, and these things will be saved and reviewed after the fact. There is a whole separate planning cycle for post-conference debriefs and digestion and all of that. So please make sure you use all of that. If you have any questions, you know where the chat is. Let's see, what else? Yes, we are recording, if that's not obvious, and we are live streaming. So keep that in mind as you attend sessions. The streams are going out on YouTube. The idea is that we want to be able to record these and allow people that can't attend live to come in and catch up, if you will. John, did you want to add a couple comments about that?
Yeah, I just want to be sure everybody remembers what they got in their invite email, that this is all public domain. Anything you say or write is, you know, you don't put your trade secrets in there, and make sure that your etiquette is such that, you know, decades from now, you're not, your grandchildren aren't embarrassed by what you say.
It lives on the internet forever. So let's do our best to put our best foot forward. Please observe proper Zoom etiquette. Everyone's been great on this, right? Mute yourself to mitigate background noise. You know, if you're in a particularly big session with a lot of people, it would be helpful, and your session leaders will give you guidance on this as to how they want to run their sessions. You can use the raise hand feature. So, you know, you can raise your hand, unless you're the host, of course, and away we go. All right, so without further ado, let me take a moment to thank our maintainers. These are the GitHub IDs of the individuals that have actively submitted code. These are also the individuals, and these are individuals, these are not companies, that have voting rights with respect to selecting technical steering committee members, things like that. You can be one of these people. Super easy to do. If I haven't mentioned it yet, share your GitHub ID with John so we can get you in the repo.
I'm getting a bunch of them right now.
Awesome. You know, bring your engineering capabilities, bring your experience, bring your interests and your ambitions, and get involved. Again, couldn't thank these people enough. A great group of folks. It's really wonderful to work with them. Very kind of open-minded and inclusive, and you know, it's not always, you know, sunshine and rainbows, right? There are some good, tough, pointed discussions, but that's just natural, right? And it's healthy. So
that's why we made a lot of breakout rooms, and some of them are not being recorded, by the way, so you can go in there and duke it out if you'd like. And by the way, Nick, I know we didn't rehearse this, but I'd like to say I had a very interesting conversation last night with Patricio, who's right there in the stream. Patricio with all. was really a nice conversation. And he's the one of the co-founders of POAP, which was great at ETH Denver in 2019.
Yeah,
yeah, and he's so if you go, one of the things that we really want to do in this conference or in this summit is to massively expand the number of contributors in the github.com/Ethereum Oasis/baseline repo. So do your pull requests, and if you get a pull request in there and merged during the summit, and maybe a little bit after, you'll get a POAP badge on the mainnet, and we'll award those to you as they're put in. So, and Patricio has a vision to have POAPs in every Ethereum conference in the world. So thanks, Patricio.
ETH Denver, DevCon, Baseline Summit, your POAP wallet will get full with these wonderful digital tokens, NFTs that, maybe one day will be worth some sushi. Sorry, lame DeFi joke.
There's some pricey bounties coming in the hackathon. So definitely participation will have its rewards.
So before we get started, and we kill the plenary and we let you go to the breakout sessions. I just want to take a moment, John. I'm very grateful for your recognition. But this doesn't happen alone. This really has been a passionate work of effort from a large group of people. And I'm going to apologize right up front because I probably don't have everybody on here. And if you've contributed and your name's not on here, please accept my apologies. It was not my intent to single anyone out or not recognize anyone. I did my best to try to capture just everybody that was involved.
Let us know. We'll get you at the ending session.
Absolutely. Jane, couldn't say enough about the work that you've done over the last few weeks, right? We've gone from an idea of a conference to having this full-fledged, really beautiful Quigo chat platform that really, I think as you start to use it, you'll find it kind of lends itself to the working style. And in this sort of collaborative environment, it really could not have done it without you. Day in, day out, of course, the Eventbrite stuff. I could go through every one of these individuals and tell you a little personal story about how they supported me over the last few weeks, let alone the work that they're doing day in, day out to make this conference as valuable and productive as possible for you, the attendees. So quick round of applause. Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate it. That's it from a prepared content perspective. Do we have any questions? I need to log out of Zoom and reconnect. Yeah, so when you go from one breakout to the next, you will notice in typical Zoom fashion, you'll get the little note that says you're leaving a video conference. Just want to make sure as you join the video from one breakout to the next, you are switching Zoom rooms. You can be in a Zoom room and check out the content in the other breakouts. And until you hit the green button at the top, you won't actually leave. But just keep that in mind as you're moving through the conference. All right, I'm looking for additional questions. Sounds like
hey, one other thing,
okay,
just one more thing. If you want to be a maintainer, Sam Stokes is sort of the ringleader of that, but there's several maintainers in the summit right now. Brian Chamberlain, Karthik, and many others. Reach out to myself or any of them, and we'll start talking about being, if you'd like to become a part of the maintainer team. Anybody can do it. All you need to do is do a pull request, and there's, in fact, on the docs.baseline-protocol.org site, you'll see all the requirements for being a maintainer.
Oh, and again, one more thing. There are a number of folks, myself included, that are going to be shuttling around, shuttle bugs, we like to call them, between sessions. So please keep your eyes open for them if you have questions in a particular session. Yet at the same time, if you see me show up, please don't interrupt your session, or John show up. Please don't interrupt your conversation to say hi and all of that. Let's keep it focused on the task at hand, and really focus on driving the future of the Baseline protocol, our standards, our technical maturity, and everything associated with the community. All right, everybody. Thank you very much. Have a great conference. and we'll see you on the show floor.
See everybody. And if anything goes wrong with your live streams or with the AV, I am performing AV services, so it's all my fault. So reach out to me if anything goes wrong with your session or if you don't have access to something.
Thanks, everyone. See you on the floor.
This stream will remain live throughout the event. So if you want to have kind of a lunchroom environment, you can always come back in here. And if there's nobody in here, then invite somebody and have a conversation, or go into a breakout. So this will stay up. That's weird. How did I get over here? I didn't switch.
You're in the plenary, John.
Oh, I thought this was in the other breakout. I was like, how did that happen?
No, I was just getting ready to point out to people that are still in the plenary that the Experience Baseline Protocol session.
That's weird. How did I get over here?
Oh, and I got my audio on the other side. So we are still live streaming. Just reminding folks that the sessions are beginning. The Experience Baseline Protocol session and the blockchain clients improvements for Baseline is starting here at the top of the hour, right about now. So if you're still in the plenary and you're looking for a session to join, I'd recommend either Breakout 1 or what's the other number? Breakout 7. Again, you can click on the breakout, see the materials, and click the video to join the video. Zoom will remind you that you're leaving one Zoom room and moving to the other. That's kind of standard Zoom functionality. So if you need anything or have any questions, feel free to hit us up. All right. Now I'm going to go check out a session. Thanks, everyone. Hi, everyone, and thanks for joining the Baseline Protocol Summit. This is the plenary session. It stays open and will be running through the course of the conference, about 30 hours, and this is live streamed. That allows people that are late to come and check out the live stream, the recording, catch up asynchronously, if you will. To join another breakout, you go into the Quigo chat interface. Maybe I should just share my screen. There we go. This is the Quigo chat interface. You've got the breakouts here over on the left. You can click into any of the breakouts and look at the materials without leaving the session that you're in. In order to join the actual breakout, you click the join video button in the upper left-hand corner. That will switch Zoom rooms. You'll be prompted, it'll notify you that you're leaving one video chat and adding another. So you can just go ahead and do that whenever you like. I'll be back periodically throughout the day. We have some checkpoint sessions scheduled later in the day, just to check in and see how things are going. It's not mandatory to attend any of that, but if you have input or would like to participate, you're always welcome. Thank you, and enjoy the conference. Hello, and thank you for joining the plenary session. If you're late to the show, sessions are now underway. By clicking the appropriate breakout in the Quigo chat interface and the join video button in the upper left-hand corner, you can join those sessions in progress. There is also a live stream on YouTube. So if you go to our normal baseline channel, I guess they call it, and you click on the more, so you can read more of the description and the text below the video, the live stream video. You'll see a link to the playlist, which also has links to the breakouts as well. So if you want to check out any of the recorded or live stream breakouts that way, you're welcome to do so. We, of course, encourage you to join sessions in progress, especially if you are collaborating or choose to collaborate. Many session leaders are doing the best they can to monitor both the live stream and the actual Zoom rooms. But that's asking a lot, especially for these folks that have large audiences. So please, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. There is chat. And let me go back and share my screen again. Get us all back on the same page. So again, the breakouts are over here on the left. You hit the join video button to jump into the appropriate session that you're looking to join. If you look in the plenary session, there's a conference schedule tab that shows you the sessions that are actively scheduled and when they're going to be running. Down in the lower right-hand corner, there is chat, conference chat. So if you have questions during the conference about the conference, how to get somewhere, or looking for something, feel free to ask there. And of course, there is also chat within the Zoom rooms themselves. And I'm just checking to see if we have any questions. Awesome. Thank you, everyone. And I'm your host, Nick Kritikos. Have a wonderful day. Hello, everyone. It's me, your host, Nick Kritikos, just checking back in, letting you know that we are fully underway now. We have 3 active sessions outside of the plenary. Breakout 1, experiencing the baseline protocol and the product cookbook. The Zero Knowledge Circuit improvement session as part of the core interfaces in Breakout 2, and blockchain client improvements for supportive baselining in Breakout 7. Stephen, did you have a question? Nope. All right. Just wanted to check back in here, see if there were any questions or if anybody needed any help. We'll be back later today for a check-in. You can, if you missed the early opening comments, if you click on the plenary session and then the conference schedule tab, kind of right in the middle, upper middle of the page, you can see the entire conference schedule. So you can find sessions to hop into. And please keep in mind that the plenary sessions and breakouts 1 through 7 are all being live streamed and recorded. So thanks, everyone. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, Stephen, you there?
jumping into the plenary to let you know it is now 1 minute after 1 o'clock on the East Coast, and the Global Phone Book Project session is now kicking off. So if you are interested in that or another session, there are 3 sessions in progress, or 4 sessions in progress, excuse me. The Experience the Baseline Protocol and the Product Cookbook session, the Global Phone Book Project, which again is just kicking off, Zero Knowledge Circuit Improvements, which is in its going into its second hour, as well as the beginning of the scaling of the baseline work step throughput session. Wow, that's a mouthful. So again, we've got a lot for you to choose from, depending on your area of technical expertise, and hope you're finding the sessions valuable. Thank you, and we'll see you again shortly. First of all. Hello. Good to see you, David. You can turn your camera on, show people off that, show that great shirt you're wearing. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I want one of those. That's awesome. Where'd you get that?
He's got all baseline all the time. Awesome. So thanks everybody for joining us. This is our kind of midway checkpoint, if you will. The idea was to just come together in the plenary. We do have a couple of sessions that are still running, great conversations being had. So, this is on the live stream and is being recorded. But I thought it would be great just to, hear from our chairperson, as well as anyone else that wants to just kind of give impressions of today, maybe what we could do better tomorrow, and ultimately work together to make tomorrow an even more productive day. So, John, you've been jumping in and out of sessions. Do you have perspective on how it's going?
Yeah, Nick, hang on. I was just jumping over to fix another stream. I've been the AV person for the day. It's been fun. It's great to see all the activity. And I don't know if anybody else tried this, but it was super fun to turn on. I went into the playlist. If you haven't seen this, I think it's on a link on the main session board. There's a playlist of all the YouTube videos, live streams running concurrently. We're on it right now. And what's great about these is that, first of all, when people are not active in a channel or in a track, there's a bunch of like dead space, but those are going to be really easy to edit out into a really nice, tight set of videos at the end of all of this. So amazing that we have this technology. And so I just had fun by turning on the sound of multiple ones of these, and I got. Can you hear that?
So you get a colonoscopy, and let's just assume that all of the people.
That's like 4 different tracks running simultaneously. And then you add.
Auto change. So you mean that if, as a supplier, I sell my invoice to the
Just proof.
Anyway, that I made a recording. I put it on Twitter for people. That's the sound of the magic bus right there.
I feel an amazing mashup coming.
Yeah, no, that was really, really a great experience to see that happening. I don't know about you guys, but this for 8 months, I've been attending webinars and conferences online, and I sit here in this studio and I do that, and it's exhausting. And I think part of the reason is that I'm missing something in those conferences. I'm missing bumping into somebody and having a one-on-one conversation that gets, where not only did I learn something, but I got to know somebody, and either better or somebody brand new. And that happened to me solidly twice, almost basically three times today, where I found myself in a track with somebody, nobody else was there. We got talking, or somebody pinged me on our Slack and said, "Hey, I've really got this question, and I'm missing this kind of information from this track. Can you help me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, let's jump in a session." We get talking. I think that was the best thing, that moment when I was having real conversations one-on-one, or a couple people on one. And I'm hoping that now that we've gotten through a whole day of I'd say maybe 60-70%, wouldn't you say, Nick, of the tracks have been sort of in that track of presenting some information to people. And that's really good. The education track is mostly about that, so it's fine there. And I haven't seen all of the tracks all the time, so I think some have done better than others on this, in terms of, instead of getting quickly past, here's what you need to know, and now here's a problem, let's work on that problem, right? And so I think now we still have many hours to go. And so I think as we start to run out of things to say off of our scripts, we're going to start saying, hey, let's have conversations. And that's where it's going to get really exciting. And it already is starting. So I'm quite excited. I'm quite hopeful of the result. And there have been some already a number of issues been created by different tracks where the issues being, GitHub issues that we can bounty. There are some wholly new ideas that I've heard from people. Last one I heard was from, Mark Haddle, who's right there. Just by, putting in the time and having the long conversations, kind of like we're so tweet oriented nowadays. We've forgotten how to read a long form book. This is the long form conference that we haven't had in 8 months. And it's, I don't know, maybe we've got a new genre here. I definitely think that we've, at least for ourselves, cracked the code in part. Hopefully tomorrow we'll really prove it out. That we've cracked the code on having a truly interpersonal conference. Nick, thank you for that time.
Yeah, one of the things that that we need to remind folks of is that, it's great to level set people with some lecture or presentation, if you will, but to get to those conversations and really kind of peel the onion and identify opportunities for our hackathon in December, so that we can have a good set of projects. We've been very graciously funded by our leadership at Consensus to help fund some of those. So, we really want to make sure that they are as impactful as possible for the community. So, as you're going through your sessions tomorrow, keep that in mind. Yeah, and for me, it's been a great day. It's fantastic. The day's not over. There's still, I think Andreas is still scaling away in the scaling session. But we do have some of our session leaders here, Dan, Avia, Anjan. If you guys would care to make a couple of comments about, your findings and kind of what you're seeing, that would be really welcome.
Sure, I can go first. Yeah, I thought that the discussions we've had over the past couple of hours in the experience track and with the cookbook, those have been fantastic. I think we've really, covered a lot of ground and highlighted some great areas where, a cookbook can be designed so that in the future people can just jump in and get involved. I'm really looking forward to the rest of tomorrow's discussion. If anyone's interested, please definitely check out the track and also the notes page where we have that big Excel spreadsheet. Please continue putting ideas in there. We have a ton of stuff that we're going to continue to talk about. It's just really exciting. And add as much detail and also discuss. Yeah, it's just pretty amazing. So thank you, everyone. And thank you, Daniel. You did such an amazing job. And Stefan and everyone who's presented. It's been so great. So thank you.
Thanks, Avia. Anjan, were you going to jump in?
Yes, thank you. So the expectation from our side that it's going to be a lot of people for tokenization that didn't fulfill, but actually the sessions were quite good. We maybe expected a little bit too much knowledge while we were preparing the sessions, and it ended up being more of a high-level discussion. But people who did participate, they did ask some really good questions, and there I see some feature requests that are going to pop up out of this. So I really liked it. I think for the hackathon, we could identify a number of spots that are going to be quite interesting to experiment with.
Anjan, how many people? I didn't get in there quite as often as I'd like. How many people were in there?
I think maximum with 13 at some point, 13, 14.
Oh, that's a wonderful number. And I will say that your track in particular, if you think about it, where open source meets competition, and in order for open source to be relevant, it needs to meet opportunities for competition some point. Otherwise, it's useless, right?
Yeah.
I should think that the tokenization, say, of a baseline invoice, that's where you're going to see a lot of competitors. So, and one would be well advised not to show up in an open source public domain environment, telling everybody how you're going to solve that particular problem. So I think you're a special case there, but I think 13 is a really good number.
Yeah, but also the point was not only to address, are we going to tokenize, but to find, can we abstract enough that we have a standard or a specification, a baseline specification on how to tokenize baseline record. Mm-hmm. And this is really where the value was, and having everybody on the call, all the inputs from the contributors on the call, because they came with their own knowledge of their own industry. So a lot of the questions were really focused on, okay, but in my industry, that's how that works. So we need a verification step for this. And then the question was, is the verification step required for all other use cases, or is it very specific to that use case? And this is really the type of requirement that we try to gather. What is use case and industry specific versus what can be applicable regardless of the type of asset, regardless of the type of use case. And this is where specification requirements come from. So from that perspective, it was really insightful.
Awesome. Thanks, Denise. Thanks, Anjan. Dan, I know you've been talking all day, so if you have some comments and want to jump in, you're welcome to. If you want to rest your voice, I would totally understand.
No, it's good. Yeah, look, I mean, from our session over here, you know, I'm just echoing everything that Avia said. I mean, the conversations have been awesome. Getting into it, right? It's like you never know if anyone's going to be participating or not, but you know, everyone is participating. We were able to fill up, you know, 30 something potential cookbook use cases, ideas, features of, you know, we have to scrub them through, of course, but look, you know, tomorrow should be really interesting. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, one of my favorite quotes came out of your session from Justin Gaffney. And
Yeah.
I think I got Gaffney wrong, but I'll get it. I'll fix it right here. The beauty of live entertainment. You know, baseline, in short, baseline is a secure private validator for objects and JSON packages for enterprises who use different data sets. It's so succinct. It's pretty nice.
You know, and that's one of the things that we tried to get out of this one. While it's not specifically code, we still need to, you know, go back and forth on these different ways that we're introducing it. And I hope that the outcome of that session leads to some sort of slideware that everyone can go ahead and use.
Yeah, you know, we talked to so many people, you know, external people, clients, potential clients, potential baseliners about their businesses. And, you know, we talk about baseline, and there is no silver bullet that kind of, you know, groks it for everybody. You know, you have to help them understand it within the context of their own business and their own requirements. So yeah, so keep the testing coming. You know, it's certainly welcome. You know, the community welcomes it. I welcome it. And we can all get better through that. Any other comments before I jump in? I would just want to cover quickly kind of some of the schedule stuff for tomorrow. All right, going into the conference. Yeah,
just real quick, one thing I probably forgot to mention was this needs to be on the record. And I didn't do it in the beginning, but I think it's fine. You know, anybody in this conference or in this summit is representing themselves. No one should assume that somebody's participation who might have, you know, who you might find on LinkedIn and say, hey, they're at company X. Don't assume that company has any intentions. It's, you know, that's something that, you know, for the record, we want to make sure everybody knows so that everybody who is participating is safe, because not every company has, you know, gone to the CEO and made it an official thing yet. So kind of like early days of Java when we were all helping out with Java, but nobody told us we could yet. So I want everybody to know just that's on the record, and I've said those words.
Thanks, John. And real quick, just I'm freezing that pane so I can scroll over a little bit. Look at that. That's amazing. Sometimes I do know how Google Sheets works. So tomorrow, we're going to pick it back up starting at 8 a.m. East Coast time with oracles and external data. We're pretty excited. That's going to be essentially session led by Patrick Collins and Johan Eid from Chainlink and supported by Devin Mitchum from Google. I think they've got some pretty exciting things to share with everyone, and it should be a great conversation, even if it is a little early for us West Coasters. That's okay. And then, you know, back into the swing. We'll do a little morning kickoff session at 10 a.m. Again, just to kind of get people back in their seats and make sure everyone's comfortable. You know, other sessions will be going on. The core interfaces session with persistence and messaging. Kyle and Gina are going to do a session. You see it between 1 and 2 tomorrow, East Coast time. And I put it across all blocks because, you know, it's in that breakout room, breakout 2, on the Nethermind and Provide, essentially baseline as a service, the Provide stack. A number of sessions today, whether you heard from Dom Steele or Dan or anybody else, you've heard a lot about kind of the Provide Bright as Kyle calls it, stack, and just thought it would be helpful for people to get a view of that and maybe get some hands-on. Kyle has the intent of making it as technical as possible. And if anybody can do it, Kyle can. So just to call that out.
Maybe Kyle in that session can also help take people through the core interfaces as well. And I've heard a couple people would like to get more details on that.
Cool. I will get that to him. With that, it's been a pretty full day. Been online a lot. John, it's very entertaining with all of the streams going. I've got it going as well on my other machine. I've got the audio turned off so I can pay attention. I may multitask as part of my day job, but I still haven't gotten to the point where I can multitask my audio. If I can do that, then I'll be a much more efficient learner. That's for sure.
I installed like 6 NVIDIA cores into my head before we started the conference. So I'm multi-streaming. Just
last night, I was watching TV, looking at my iPad, listening to my wife, and my son was asking me something, and I had to ask him to repeat it. And he's like, "What? You weren't listening to me?" I'm like, "Well, come on. How many inputs can I deal with here?" Anyway, all jokes aside, if anybody has any questions, now's a great time to ask. If not, we'll just kind of thank everybody for your participation, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Oh, if you do have some inspiration, or there's a small group of you, or perhaps you're watching the live stream from Asia Pacific, and you want to get into the sessions and have more discussion, you're welcome to do that. The conference floor will remain open. The streams are active. So, we might take the streams down for a few minutes, recycle them, which would generate new streams. Okay. But that's okay. They'll all be in the playlist that you have the link for. So just be aware of that. We might take it down. We may not, but we're working through that. Also, we'll be able to check if a room has people actively in it before we bounce it, right? We should be able to.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Oh, and I don't even need to do that to recycle them.
I just don't want to cut anybody off if they're in the middle of a conversation.
Right. Yeah, we'll make sure not to do that. And I'd just like to say once more, if you don't mind me saying, Nick, from now to the end of the session, tomorrow at 4 or 5 o'clock, find a person that interests you and pull them aside, have a conversation, do yourself that favor. I think that's the most important thing to take away from this conference.
Yeah, some really great attendees and participants, and this is a great forum for doing that. Been pleasantly surprised with the quality of the conference platform. All the jumping in and out of Zoom, the fact that we've got our documents. Really pleased with the level of professionalism and focus that everybody has brought to the conference, to the summit, and it's great. It feels. Like I mentioned earlier, right? John has this metaphor about the rocket, and we're launching this rocket to the moon. And, we're just about done with the first stage, getting ready to separate and light the second stage. And I can really kind of feel that energy. And it's very gratifying. I look forward to making the world a better place through our technical work, even though it's boring, or maybe boring. Boring is the new exciting, right? We don't need to rip and replace your system of record. We can integrate it using public infrastructure and do it in a fashion that's more accessible to more of your trading partners. What could be more valuable than that? All right.
Well, and on that, we'll take you out with a little magic bus.
Yeah, I was waiting for the music.
And again, this isn't the end of the conference. It's just that we have to eat, and I have to put some kids to bed. But everything stays live. Andreas is probably just on his first wind. He's probably ready to go another 10 rounds. I saw him just jump in. By the way, people go to that track on the live stream, scrub back and listen to the geniuses work. I think that was a pretty amazing track. And so we'll see you. I'll be popping in and out most of the evening, and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, we have some made. So scaling was a small group, but we made some great progress. If people want to review what was done, you can do that directly in the. We documented everything in the diagrams.net file. So go go check it out. We made some real great progress. You now know that we need workflow IDs, workflow instance IDs and nonces and all the good stuff. So to make John happy that things are staying in line and in the right order.
Right on. Okay. Well, and now we're going to take you out with some Magic Bus.
Cue the music.
A colonoscopy. So you get a colonoscopy, and let's just assume that all of the people and all the participants are in your care network. Everything's in network.
Also, so you mean that if as a supplier I sell my invoice to the factory company, how is it done privately?
You're going to get
Well, the baseline protocol.
Thanks, everybody. Have a wonderful evening.
Nick, how was it?
Good. Real good. All the sessions
Yeah.
are popping, and people are engaged, and yeah, it's going. And I shouldn't say this because we'll crush ourselves tomorrow, but it's
Well, and we are still on live stream.
yeah, but it's going. It's more smooth. I'm seeing the platform and the Zoom rooms and all of that, right? When we talked about some of the risks of this whole setup earlier in the week in the planning, we talked about people losing internet or whatever, and of course yesterday YouTube went out.
Dude, it's flooding here.
Yeah,
Like we had a big storm. It's flood, right, Mark? Yeah. My wife comes up. She's like, "Yeah, we have a river behind the house, and like it's hitting the berm." And I'm like, "Oh, there goes my internet connection." And I'm like, "Thank God that we did that those Azure instances."
Yeah, good thing it's on Azure.
Yeah.
Yeah, otherwise it's like
Brilliant.
otherwise everything would be resting on John being able to balance a laptop on a boat underneath an umbrella.
Yeah, running power through the flooding to
running power with a big battery.
It's
car
been
battery.
done. I've done it before.
I know. I'm sure you have, John. I'm sure you have.
In addition to that, the Zoom infrastructure has been working really well.
Good.
I saw, some of our friends in software running a Zoom session that was having some challenges, and we haven't had any of those. And it's
the
knock on wood.
obviously running those out of a cloud next to a hub is probably a good idea. There's a business in that, man. I'm telling you. I think we got to talk to Lucas and Kiko Chat. I think there's business in doing that. You know how hard it was to figure out how to do this, dude? Hard. I couldn't find anything. I mean, usually, give me 10 minutes in a YouTube video and I'll find something, but there was nothing on doing it this way anywhere. Down to the point where I had to, I only tripped over figuring out how to run. I was going to run it all out. Andreas, you probably know, I was going to run it all on my spare Mac. And, and I figured out how to hack the terminal with -N to bring up multiple instances of Zoom. Not even that was out there in, where I could find it easily. I had to stumble over it.
I hear you. It's like the cloud is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it is finally. So I remember when it wasn't. So I guess we're
good.
Yeah, we have to just. I guess we'll go offline and we'll talk about. The only thing I have anxiety about is what happens when we shut those live streams down and something goes wrong and we don't get the recording.
How long?
I don't think it's a high probability, but it worries me a little bit.
I don't think so, because I think once you shut it down, it's just it's just processing it's just converting the video, right? It's just into the file's there, right? Zoom has the file. It's just processing. It's just like Google, right?
Yeah.
Let's
vacate this so that when we're doing the editing, we can find the good stopping points.
My hope here is I hope that after playing all the big video montage and everything like that, or at least the audio montage, that I'm not going to be known as the colonoscopy guy.
Yeah, and
I heard you saying that.
Like
hey, dude, you're in good company. I say it all the time.
All good.
And this Kevin Turner
It's something
guy,
that some of us have to deal with, right?
this Kevin Turner guy has been at the conference all day, and that's great. I used to work with Kevin Turner at Microsoft. I wonder if it's the same one.
Well, you should reach out and have a one-on-one.
He's right
Yeah.
there. Is that you, Kevin?
That was the best moment for me, man. When
Pete, is that you?
Huh?
He was just coming off mute. I was just.
I was going to say no. I did not work with you at Microsoft, unfortunately. So.
All right. Well,
you should
Kevin
still
Turner,
have a one-on-one. Just go.
Yeah, we could still
grab
do
some time.
yeah, Kevin Turner was like, the almost CEO of Microsoft. So used to be at Walmart and all of that stuff. So a very wonderful businessman.
Right on. Andreas, you weren't. I think you were still wrapping your session up. But I mean, the coolest thing was having these one-on-one breakouts. So I hope you avail yourself of that tomorrow. It's so great to just kind of you start talking to somebody, you pull them aside, and you jump into I think we jumped into a couple of side rooms, and talk. You just get to know people. It's really great.
Yeah, I was
like going
really,
to a conference.
I was like busy. It was like until pretty much now. It was nonstop.
Yeah, I heard you did great. All right, I'm gonna drop out of here, Nick.
All right.
Let me know if you want to. I guess we do need to postmortem with Jane, so I'll see you in a minute.
Cheerios.
I'll ping you there.
See you guys.
Thanks.
Get some sleep.
Bye.
Or stay on all night. It's fine either way.